Good evening, everyone. Today is Wednesday, April 14th, 2021. This is a special Board of Education meeting for the East Aurora Union Free School District. Please be advised that as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with Executive Order 202.1, members of the public will not be permitted to attend the board meeting in person. Members of the Board of Education are attending the meeting remotely via Google Meet. The meeting can be viewed via live stream today at www.eastaurora.schools.org/BOEMTG live or via the link on our main district webpage. In addition, the meeting will be recorded and transcribed at a later date. If you have a comment that you would like read during visitors' comments for tonight's board meeting, it needs to be emailed to boe@eak12.org prior to 6:45 this evening. And then I or the district clerk will read those during visitors' comments. I'm going to call the meeting to order and ask you all to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. May I have a motion to discuss to enter executive session to discuss the contractual negotiations with the superintendent of schools?
Moved.
Moved by John Seghetti, seconded by Jessica Armbrust. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Follow the link, folks, for executive session. Good evening, everyone. Today is Wednesday, April 14th, 2021. This is a special Board of Education meeting for the East Aurora Union Free School District. I remind folks that as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with Executive Order 202.1, members of the public are not allowed to attend today's meeting in person. Members of the Board of Education are attending the meeting remotely via Google Meet. The meeting can be viewed via live stream today at www.eastaurora.org/BOEMTG live or via the link on our main district web page. The meeting is being recorded and will be transcribed and posted at a later date. We are returning from executive session where we discussed the contractual negotiations with the superintendent. Good evening, Mr. Russ. Any agenda changes?
No.
All right. Superintendent's comments?
You know what? I have lots of comments, but I'll save them for later.
All right. Board president and board member comments. I have nothing this evening. Jessica Armbruster?
Nothing for me, thanks.
All right. Dan Brunson?
Thank you, no.
Terry Ohlweiler?
The only thing I will just say is that I attended the NYSBA 2021 Enacted State Budget Analysis webinar this afternoon. And the only thing that I really got out of it that was something we didn't know, they mentioned the transportation aid and how that is something that's confusing a lot of people because it's not the same as it was in the in the years past. You can't compare apples to apples, they were saying, and that's the one that people have been having a lot of issues with. And they also said that the legislative is still in session. Legislature is still in session, so they are hoping that some of the things they really wanted to have happen could possibly happen in the next couple of weeks. So they were very hopeful of that. That's it.
All right. Thank you. Judy Malice?
Nothing, thank you.
John Cicchetti?
Nothing, thank you.
Kim Daniel?
I'm all set. Thank you.
All right. And moving on to administrators' comments. Is there any administrator who wants to address the board this evening? I won't go through the list. So why don't you, if somebody needs something here as opposed to during budget or during the reopening of schools, you could raise your hand. Mr. Roberts. Sorry, I forgot. Yes.
Sorry about that. Just a couple updates. We received some guidance from the state on proms and on graduations. And I just wanted to update the board that we have made a decision to change the location of our prom. We had a reservation at the Admiral Room downtown, but because of the new limitations on two important things, eating and dancing, we've decided to move the prom to an on-site at the high school at the new stadium. So we'll have an outdoor prom. It'll be on 2 consecutive Fridays. And the reason why I say 2 is because we'll have a senior prom, and then we'll have what we're calling a junior prom. The senior prom is going to be on Friday, June 4th, and the junior prom will be on Friday, June 11th. So working out the details with our class executive boards, but it will, both events will be formal, both will have food. The senior event will be catered food. activities on the turf field, outdoor movies, and working on what's going to be allowed based on the Department of Health and state guidelines, and what will not be, and still looking at interpreting that most recent guidance. But just wanted to let you know of the change there. There's also been some updates on what a graduation can look like, and I'm going to bring together my student advisory board of seniors to start developing what they'd like to see for our graduation ceremony that'll take place at the end of June, and I'll have more details about that as the time comes. Wasn't sure if Mr. Rust, would you like me to spend the time now to go over the June schedule for the high school, or hold off on that?
Can you do it quickly? Yeah, why don't go ahead.
So we're going to have a little bit of a different schedule this year. I think the board's aware that the regents, for the most part, have been canceled, other than 4 specific regents exams that are going to be required by the state and the federal government. So our end of the school year is going to look slightly different. We've broken it into 3 tiers, and sort of chunked out the beginning of June, the end of June, and then our summer skills program. So we're going to be running, for the first 2 weeks of June, we'll be running normal class schedules, but we're going to incorporate in-class final exams in the 5 core areas of science, social studies, math, English, and foreign language. Those will be coordinated over the first 2 weeks, and both exams will be 2 40-minute periods on consecutive days. And I'll be sharing that schedule with our families, and I can include the board in that as well. We've divided the exams up so students would have no more than 2 or 3 exams on any given day. Again, those being 40-minute portions of exams. So that's the first 2 weeks. It does carry over into the 3rd week of June, where we'll transition into the 4 required regents exams. And at that same time, we're going to spend about a week and a half inviting students in who have struggled during the school year in an attempt to support them to get their averages to a passing point. And we'll spend up until June 24th to do that. And then after the 24th, we'll run our final scores for our students and look at those who need to recover credits based on their performance for the school year. And those are the students that we'll be inviting, vast majority of the students that we'll be inviting to participate in our summer skills program. So again, we've have a 3-tiered approach to June. And we're hoping that that's going to offer some incentives to students, but also some support for students who need it. The last piece of that is we are going to bring back, as an incentive and a congratulations to our seniors who have worked so hard, we're going to bring back a senior exemption. And you may know, those of you that have been around for a while, may remember that we used this senior exemption a number of years ago to reward seniors who had a 90 or higher average for their overall average in particular courses. And that allows them to be exempt from the final exam in that particular course. So again, looking at a program of rewarding those students who have excelled and supporting those students who have struggled, and confident that this unique design to June will accomplish that. So again, a lot of details there. I'll make sure to include you in my formal announcement that I'm sending out to parents by the end of this week. And hopefully that'll clarify any questions that you may have.
Thanks for the update, Mr. Roberts. I appreciate your efforts on rewarding those kids and getting those kids that need that extra help in those last couple of weeks, and then obviously that summer skills program will be important for those that need it. I also just want to congratulate you again and thank you for your efforts on prom and graduation. I know you worked real hard last year. I know that we were hoping things would be farther along and much improved this year, that we would actually be able to have some of those great milestone events that kids look forward to. We can still have them. They're just going to be different. And I applaud you and thank you again for your creativity and for working with your students to put something together that those kids have bought into and want to have, and are sort of designing themselves with your collaboration. And we look forward to them having some fun events in the next couple of months. So thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you.
Any other administrator that wanted to comment other than in the budget time or in the discussion on the reopening of schools? Okay. All right. We are moving on to visitors' comments. We got a number of letters this evening, so I'm going to start with reading those letters. They are a variety of subject matters, so let me just start in. We had gotten one letter, which I'm not going to read. We had gotten one letter right the day after the last board meeting, which I think Mr. Rush, you had responded to regarding the plexiglass, and so that letter was received and responded to. For this evening, we received a letter from Meredith Richardson on Tuesday. And I just want to, before I read all of the letters, I want to preface and let folks who are listening know that when there is information in a letter that pertains to a particular student and that has some privacy concerns, I do not read those portions of the letter. I try to modify those so that we aren't violating any HIPAA disclosures. So even though a parent writes a letter that discloses information, as a school board publicly, we're not permitted to talk about individual students' issues. So I try to summarize those. I hope I do an okay job for the folks that are listening. All right, a letter from Meredith Richardson. Hello, our daughter is an 8th grader at East Aurora Middle School, and I'm writing regarding the possibility of schools reopening full-time and her being able to attend more than twice a week. First, my husband and I would like to thank our teachers and principal. As a teacher myself, I know this has to have been one of the hardest years for everyone involved. So many of our teachers have gone above and beyond to help us as we struggled through remote and hybrid learning, and we're very grateful. Second, I implore you to, if at all possible, get these kids back in school more than 2 days a week. I am very concerned by the academic, social, and emotional toll this is having. We have seen a severe decline in engagement and with enjoyment of school. I don't think these changes are a reflection on the teachers, but rather of an increasing self-doubt and lack of confidence that has come with isolation and a lack of in-person instruction. Friendships are suffering, and the hours and hours spent in front of a screen and alone are taking their toll on students' mental and physical health. The longer students are out of school, the harder it will be when they return. I feel like these last few months are an excellent opportunity to help our children readjust to attending full-time. It would allow them to enter the next year with confidence, enthusiasm, and eagerness. So if there's any way at all to increase the amount of in-person instruction for our children, please do all that you can to make that happen. Sincerely, Meredith Richardson. Next was a letter to the board yesterday from Stacy Brown. I asked this on the PTO website and it was quickly dismissed. I'm just questioning the appropriateness of the East Aurora High School PTO Facebook page advertising the corporation that is well known to support anti-LGBTQ groups. I understand Mr. Privatera is a East Aurora High School alum, but the posts clearly aren't just about him. They are about the corporation. This may seem like it's harmless, but to the LGBTQ kids out there, it is not. Thank you for pondering this, Stacy Brown. I saw the Facebook post. I'm not sure that I don't believe it violates any of our policies. I don't believe it was an advertisement for the corporation as much as it was just a thank you. But I'm going to ask Mr. Russ, I know you have the meetings with the district parent council groups, and I just want to make sure that the PTOs know to adhere to our policies with respect to that. And I would, because it is an LGBTQ group, Mr. Roberts, we do have the GSA, the Alliance group that's up at the high school, and I just would ask you folks to reach out to those, make sure they're following our policies, and to make sure that that if there's any issues regarding those kinds of LGBTQ concerns, that that those folks are heard and understood, and we're making sure we're following that. I don't take any of what we've done as being, like I said, I read it more as a thank you. I didn't read it as us advocating for anti LGBTQ things at all. And I know the district certainly is supportive of the anti-discrimination efforts, and we want those voices heard. So I just would ask you to take those back.
I agree. I think, that was their intention, is just to say thank you for, the generous donation for our students. But I will speak to them about it, just to talk about what the policy looks like, and just make sure that we're adhering to it. And again, I don't think there was any political issue associated with it at all. It was just a thank you again for providing the food for our students.
And I do know, I encourage folks, I know the PTO did as well. For folks, there is a PTO meeting tomorrow night, I believe, for the high school PTO. It is by video. You can check on their webpage. I know when we hit this stride last year with respect to the end of the year and the traditional activities that happen for our students, there was some parents who expressed concerns about it. I encourage folks to reach out to their PTO representatives, get in contact with them, share ideas with them, become a part of that, and become part of that discussion, so that our kids can have a good and rewarding end of the school year here. Next, we received earlier today a statement from John Roden to the East Aurora Board of Education regarding school reopening plans. I wanted to open by expressing my heartfelt gratitude for the efforts of the school staff over the last 13 months. Both of our children have been treated with kindness and understanding during this time, with important milestones like graduation activities and holidays maintained in a modified format through significant extra effort. Teachers have been extra available, and support staff have been patient and understanding at what must have been a stressful time. I notice and appreciate all the things, great and small, that these individuals have done for our children. Bravo. As we discuss plans to increase the density of the schools in the coming weeks, these discussions take place against a troubling backdrop in our community and region. New York City and Michigan are both seeing significant increases in cases, driven in large part by the UK variant. In Erie County, the infection rate for school-aged youth was up significantly last week, despite the Easter break. Our own schools have seen an increase in infections to the point where in-person instruction was curtailed prior to break. We can assume many families traveled during break. We can further assume few students are fully vaccinated at this point. Airborne transmission of the virus in indoor spaces appears to be a significant driver of infection. Children are less apt to become seriously ill, but adolescents are effective at spreading the virus in both the school community as well as the larger community. Like any parent, I want to see young people return to school. My concern is that all of the signs in the community point to a significant increase in cases in the larger Western New York area, which would land us back with remote instruction in short order. If we buy 5 or 10 days of full-time school and have to return to remote learning, perhaps it will not be worth the disruption at the time. Next is a letter from Jessica Masters. I'm a mother of a Parkdale student. I'm writing to voice my support for continuing the current hybrid schedule for the remainder of the year. With only 2 months remaining in the school year, I fear that the risks outweigh the benefits in switching back to full-time instruction. It will be a drastic change for students to go from the current hybrid model to full-time 5 days a week. I acknowledge that kids might realize some academic benefits of being back in school full-time. However, kids still won't be able to fully reap other benefits, primarily the social ones, because of the need to still keep 3 feet of distance. We can't go back to normal in terms of recess, gym class, sitting close with friends in the cafeteria, etc. Asking kids to completely switch their routines for only 2 months of school while they will still be masked and distanced is not worth it. Beyond that, there is still much of the adult population not yet vaccinated, and new variants spreading rapidly. It is too disruptive and too risky to switch back to full-time learning for the remainder of the year. I am fully in support of planning for full-time days in the fall, but let's allow our kids to finish the year with the current model. At the very least, I ask that the district survey the parents about whether they want to return to full-time school. I feel that the recent change to eliminate the remote Wednesdays was in response to a small but vocal minority of parents. While we were asked in a recent survey if we would send our students back full-time, we were never asked if that would be our preference. If full-time school returns, I will send my child, but my preference would be not to. I think all parents deserve the opportunity to make their preferences known. Please ask parents for their opinions and allow for that to be a factor in your decision-making, along with the concerns of safety, risks, and benefits. Next is a letter from Jeffrey Cruson. Dear Board of Education, good morning. While recently adding Wednesdays to the Parkdale in-person instruction routine is a very small step in the right direction, it is simply not enough. We need our children in school 5 times, full-time, 5 days a week. This small step was likely only made due to parents stepping up and voicing their concerns to the district over the last several months. As you are well aware, back in early February, the teachers were surveyed by asking if they wanted to change the current schedule by adding Wednesdays to in-person instruction. As you also know, a staggering 92% of the teachers wanted to keep the current schedule at that time, just the way it was, meaning they were satisfied with only doing subpar teaching to our children. We take issue with that. This was absurd news and shows a much bigger teacher and/or union issue. They simply have too much power and influence and quite honestly do not have the interest of our students at heart. It's abundantly clear that this was a what's best for the teacher's mentality, and those survey results clearly speak to that. In no other profession do you get to not perform your job and get paid. Teachers should not be treated any differently. COVID must stop being an excuse for teachers and/or teachers' union. I also want to clarify that I understand that this mentality does not apply to all teachers, and I only bring this up as this simply cannot be a reason for children not returning to school in the very near future. Due to recent news of changing the 6 feet distancing requirement to 3 feet, numerous local districts are reopening or have already reopened for full-time in-person instruction. East Aurora Union Free School District should be leading the charge on this effort. Back in March, the district surveyed parents on returning to in-person instruction, and as expected, the results overwhelmingly show that over 90% of parents want their children back for full-time in-person instruction. With that said, and with new changes to social distancing, there should be 2 options for school at this point, either full-time in-person instruction or full remote instruction. For those parents who want to keep their children home, keep them home. For those parents who want to send their children back to school, send them to school. Regardless of what a parent decides for their child, teachers must be present to teach. Our children are the ones suffering. Now that teachers have the opportunity to get the vaccine, if they want to, they must be made available to teach full-time. During the February 10th Board of Education meeting, Mr. Russ specifically said 2 things that stand out to me during that meeting, and I quote, 1, I want the kids back full-time. That's our goal. We didn't get into this business to teach our kids online or through technology, end quote. And 2, referring to the teachers, Mr. Russ said, quote, I could order them to come back tomorrow if I wanted, but I'm not going to do that now, end quote. Well, now is the time to do so. Now that the CDC and New York State Department of Health has changed the guidance and reduced the social distance guidance, I can presumably speak for most parents that we expect Mr. Russ will act in the best interest of the students of this district and force the hand of the teachers and/or the union to come back and open our district to full-time for in-person instruction. With my above referenced email, East Aurora Union Free School District, to include teachers, administrators, and the Board of Education, has the ability to right the wrongs of this year. Again, I will reiterate that there should be 2 options for the school, either full-time in-person or full remote. It really is that simple. Understanding that there are many factors to make this happen, I still have some faith in the district to make the right decision for our kids moving forward, and nearing the end of the school year cannot be an excuse to not return to school full time. This does not apply for the remainder of this year, but also having the expectation to return to full-time in-person instruction for next year. Thank you for taking the time to read and consider this letter at tonight's Board of Education meeting. Well, we will have a discussion about full-time instruction, but I have to take issue with the fact that our teachers, the portion of the letter that suggested that our teachers are not, or somehow not doing, are doing subpar work, because I think we have all witnessed the Herculean efforts that they have gone through this year, the amount of instruction that they have done, what they've been able to do in terms of doing both in-person instruction and teaching to hybrid models. And I, for one, applaud the teachers for their efforts this year. So I take issue, I have no issue with people coming to us and asking for their kids to be back full time, but I too take issue with the notion that our teachers are performing subpar. To the extent that someone feels that way, I do encourage them to talk to the administrator of the building, and that any issues about that could be addressed, but I certainly have not been made aware of it as I move forward this year.
Mrs. Colbert, may I just comment on that as well?
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. I think this is sort of the, we have to be very careful when we make those types of statements because they're inaccurate. And that kind of inaccuracy is what's really harmful. And so it's our teachers are here every day. This isn't about a union issue. There are no problems with the union. We've been very cooperative, doing a lot of innovative and creative things for our students. I would say stepping way above and beyond to make things happen, to provide children with extra support, to provide them with excellent instruction. I couldn't be more pleased or proud of their performance. I think it's been quite exceptional. And as it always is, they're devoted professionals who are here every day. They come to work every day. They're here full time every single day in their classrooms, whether they're teaching with students in front of them, teaching with students who are online, whatever that is, they are here each and every day full time and are prepared. What has been the standard for our decisions is the safety of our students and staff. It has absolutely nothing to do with the union. Where he got that information about the vote has nothing to do with what we are doing for our students and the programs that we are choosing. We are choosing them, as I mentioned, based on the fact of the information that we receive from the ECDOH, the Department of Health at New York State, and the CDC. And we'll continue to do so. And that's what our focus is going to be later in this conversation. But I too take issue with those statements because they're just absolutely not true.
Thank you, Brian. Next, we received a letter from Keith and Dawn Bona. 6 weeks have passed since we began writing and employing for action from you and the Board of Education on behalf of our children. In that time, you claimed you were unable to act because you were waiting for New York guidance. That guidance subsequently came 5 days ago. Many school districts in Erie County and across the state were already prepared for that guidance and have announced an imminent return to 5 days per week of in-person instruction. Why has East Aurora Union Free School District been an exception? Parents and taxpayers in East Aurora are shocked that a high-performing school district has failed to demonstrate any pro-action to return children to a more academically rigorous situation of daily in-person learning. In a school district such as ours, we would expect that our superintendent and Board of Education would be leaders among all other school districts in the country. What has happened to our standing? As a result of such disappointing action, the community is becoming increasingly unsettled about their opinion of this school system. Several taxpayers are considering withholding payment of their taxes, and some parents are considering voting down the budget on May 18. You are still inclined to follow this. If you are still inclined to follow the science, you will be attentive to a new MMRW report from the CDC that examined K-12 schools in Florida from August through December of 2020. It found that fewer than 1% of registered students acquired school-related COVID-19. You should be emboldened by such scientific findings that debunk any irrational fear or irresponsible excuse for not fully opening schools. If Florida, why not East Aurora? We urge your immediate action to return to full-time in-person learning for all students. Such urgency must occur before our school district's reputation and trust with parents and the community is further eroded. Sincerely, Keith and Don Bona. My only issue on that letter is we can't follow what Florida's guidance is. We do have to follow what New York State's guidance is. So stick around. We'll listen to the conversation and our discussion around full in-person learning. But to the extent that it's Florida, we're not governed by Florida, and we have to follow what New York State says. Next was a letter we received from Olivia Zelasco. I'm sorry. From Jeannie Zelasco. And that was received today. I am the mom of Olivia Velasco, who is a full remote fourth grade student at Parkdale. I am emailing you because I heard yesterday that the school may go to full in-person schedule, and that change will drastically impact education for the full remote students. This concerns me because my child will no longer have the teachers, support, and class that she was assigned to when the school year started. I'm very shocked that the Board of Education is considering this option, as the COVID numbers within the area are just as high now as they were back in November, not to mention that they are trending up, not down. There are just about 10 weeks remaining in the school year. One could argue that it may only be 6 to 8 weeks of actual instruction that may be impacted, assuming that it will take 1 to 2 weeks to switch over, and there is not much instruction covered in the last 2 weeks of the year. I recently saw the email that school will reopen full in-person as soon as it can be safely done. How is it safe to place 20 plus kids into a small classroom for 6 hours? It is already tight in a normal year. How is it safe to eat lunch together? If we want the numbers to come down, we need to do what is needed to make that happen first. I understand that there are new guidelines from the CDC for students in school, but have you considered what impact there will be for those remote students that will be upended with their daily learning routine? It is my understanding that there will be minimal face-to-face interaction with the teacher and the full remote students, if any at all. The full remote students will be just watching the class, and the current setup with teacher-student interaction will be essentially non-existent. How will this impact my child and all other full remote students? I have been so happy with how this year has gone. The teachers have done an outstanding job teaching full remotely. They have a community. It has been a healthy environment for the students in that they are extremely engaged with not only the teacher, but each other. The full remote students really feel a sense of normalcy as much as reasonably possible with the current social distancing restriction. Now, if school goes full in person, the teachers will be teaching in person most of the day with little time for those remote children. It is my understanding that there will be limited interaction with the student and teacher, unlike the current arrangement. Where does this leave my child and the rest of the full remote kids? I feel like they will just be left trying to figure it out on their own, and young kids need guidance. How can you justify that it is okay to take this away from them, especially given how hard they have worked throughout the entire process and there is minimal time left in the school year? How about social interaction? Right now, full remote kids have that within the class and with the specials. If this change happens, they will be cut off from seeing other kids, which is so important. They already have less interaction, and with the current setup, the kids at least get some social interaction. It is so important for their mental well-being. I have been a parent in this school system since 2006. I have always felt East Aurora had a great school. I have spoken with friends from other districts regarding their remote learning process, and East Aurora is by far leading the way. I have truly supported your plan and defended it to many others that I have spoken with. However, with this impending change, this is the first time that I am questioning our school and the decisions that are being made for our kids. I am so disappointed. The survey that was sent out a little while ago didn't even give us remote families a chance to share our thoughts. We were only asked if we were full remote. That is all. There were no follow-up questions. Why was that? Why were the hybrid and people who want kids in person full-time given the chance to share their thoughts? but we were not. There was no indication that process would change for full remote students, and that is extremely disappointing. I can see planning for the next school year with hopes COVID cases will be better and school can be a safe environment, but now doesn't make any sense, given that there are just a few weeks remaining on instruction and community cases are still relatively high. I just saw on the news last night that COVID cases are on the rise in school-aged kids, and you think now is the time to reopen in person fully? As I was asking about this, my daughter was working on her cursive packet, and she showed me a quote that she thought was appropriate to what is going on with school. The education of our children must be of utmost importance. James Monroe. This is coming from a 10-year-old. She sees the importance of having a teacher communicating on a daily basis. If she sees it, I hope you can too. It just doesn't seem right to assign a classroom teacher and then drastically change the program with minimal time remaining in the year. I have an issue with that. I don't know if it is that people in the community are threatening to sue the school, which I think is a horrible answer to this, but please take into consideration the safety and education of all of our students, teachers, and staff. Please take into consideration the fact that the school assigned a teacher and class for the school year. It was not stated anywhere that this would change throughout the year. I understand that your decisions are not easy ones, and it will be difficult to please the entire community. I hope that you take into account how your decision impacts those children in full remote setting. In closing, I want to thank Mr. Russ, Ms. Lyons, Ms. LV, Ms. Rankin, and the special teachers for doing all that they have done to make remote work for the families that chose this option. I am grateful that Olivia has gotten the education she has gotten this year through these challenging times. I hope this year can continue to be as good as it has been, and she finishes her last year at Parkdale strong and on a happy note with her teachers and classmates. Regards, Jeannie Gazalasco. Next is a letter from Ms. Schmielowitz. Dear Board of Education, as a parent of children who desperately need to get back to a full-time in-person learning format, I was pleased to see that the New York State Department of Health has moved its arbitrary 6-foot social distance policy to 3 feet, which has prevented East Aurora schools from moving away from its current hybrid learning structure. According to statements given by Mr. Russ at previous school board meetings, this change should allow our students at Parkdale to return to full-time in-person learning with due haste. I would like to point the board's attention to a section within the guidance issued by the New York State Department of Health under the heading of spaces, which reads, quote, to reduce density, responsible parties should consider and assess additional and/or alternate indoor spaces that may be repurposed for instruction or other required purposes in support of in-person instruction within the school facility, school grounds, municipal facilities, municipal grounds, or community, example, community centers, as well as outdoor spaces where health and safety conditions allow for potential use, end quote. This paragraph illustrates what many of us have been saying for months. The district needs to get creative with the space that is available to us. If high school and middle school must stay at 6 feet, we need to use every available space to provide as much in-person instruction to our kids as possible and bring as many kids back full-time as possible. At a previous board meeting, Mr. Russ indicated that Parkdale could potentially go back full-time with 6 feet of social distance if we utilize community rooms, rented space, etc. Why was this not considered in the past? Why did we go through nearly 8 months of hybrid learning if there was a way our kids could have had full-time in-person instruction? This leads me to believe there could be space at the middle school and high school that could be used more effectively. Perhaps our opening committee could be tasked with evaluating additional space for instruction. Finally, I would like to address the proposed budget. Within the 21-22 budget, Mr. Russ is proposing the addition of 2 administrative positions, a full-time middle school principal and a director of curriculum. Considering the uncertainty of what 2021 and 2022 will bring to our district in terms of hybrid and remote learning requirements, I think a more prudent use of resources would be to hire additional teaching staff or support staff for these potential needs. New York State could mandate a continuation of remote learning for families who chose to not send their children to school. If that is the case, we should be prepared. For the cost of these two administrative positions, we could potentially hire 4 additional teachers. It is no secret that many parents in our district have been frustrated with the district this year, myself included. The major focus of our frustration has been the lack of communication, transparency, and in all honesty, a lack of leadership around the path forward. East Aurora is a unique place. Our schools have outperformed those of our peers for several years running, and we are proud of this. We should be thinking about how we can lead on this issue as a district, not waiting to see what everyone else does first. Yes, there is a risk of being the first mover, but it is incredibly frustrating to watch other districts move forward with bringing their kids back full time, and we have not. Let us lead moving forward. Our kids deserve it. Thank you, Deb Schmielowitz. Next was a letter from Alicia Whitman. Alicia Whitman. I am a parent of 2 children in the East Aurora school system. One attends the middle school and one attends Parkdale. At this point, I am heavily considering removing them from the school system as soon as possible if we don't return to full-time. The mental health crisis that this lockdown and now hybrid model has pushed is unacceptable. Children are having issues from lack of socialization with their peers and lack of a consistent schedule and routine. They can't stay on task without constant guidance and monitoring. The incredible amount of screen time mixed with isolation from peers is affecting students' social skills. This is resulting in students acting out, creating conflict, and not being able to follow directions. Some students have checked out from wanting to learn entirely, and it's painful to watch. Before this year, these students were excited about learning, had been in high honors, or passionate about school. To be clear, we have had Ms. Whitman indicates that she's had COVID. She felt that was important to say. They're not afraid of the half-truths that have been supplied relating to the virus on a constant basis by both the school system and New York State. The hybrid model, spacing rules, cohorts, masks, and dividers didn't stop the virus from impacting her. When are we going to understand as a community that this virus isn't going anywhere? How much longer are we going to hide? When are we going to start letting these kids live and thrive again through in-person learning? The only thing my kids have successfully learned this year is how to continue to be afraid. It is time to go back. Alicia Whitman. Next was a letter from Annie Clark. Good morning, Mr. Russ. I hope this email finds you well and that you were able to have a somewhat relaxing break. I wanted to reach out to address some of the rumors that I've heard in the last couple weeks, and I haven't even been on Facebook since before Lent started. There is speculation that school will be back to full-time in the coming weeks. I have some questions, and I'll apologize ahead of time, as I am sure you are sick of everyone's questions. When will parents be notified of these changes? I understand that as soon as you release any information, there is an onslaught of negativity. I can't imagine how exhausting it must be for you and your board. I have so much concern that you and the board are being cornered and forced to make these decisions based on the actions of a small group of parents, not the health and well-being of the students. I know so many families are on spring break right now, traveling to states with little or no restrictions in place. I cannot imagine how this will translate in a couple weeks. As it is, the cases in the district are higher than they've been most of the year. How will getting them back in full-time help mitigate the spread? I would understand if it were the fall and we had a whole year laid out before us. There are 11 weeks left in the school year. As you stated in your previous email, the kids are thriving. They're getting personal attention they would not normally receive in a school year. Their test scores are on par or better. I know that for my girls, despite the challenges, they are really enjoying the smaller class sizes. Amy Rogers, Carrie Hayes, and Kim McAtee have done a phenomenal job, and our girls will be so sad to end their year with them. Also, I read all of the comments from the survey. Most parents shared my family's views, that there is no sense in rolling the dice this close to the end of the year. We just don't know what will happen. The kids are in a groove, and upending that now will be so detrimental to their remaining 11 weeks. The younger ones won't even know what to do with themselves. Their teachers will be using valuable learning time to show them the ropes as if it were September. Even with the older kids in the building, there will be new guidelines and rules they'll have to learn. How is that a good use of the time they have left? I also think it should be noted that this puts an immense strain on faculty and staff. I don't think some people give thought to the fact that this year has been extremely hard on them. They are working harder than ever and get no appreciation or compensation. To me, that is both a gross oversight and also extremely sad. I understand the need to keep things close to the vest, as this situation has become pretty volatile. I do wish we had some insight as to what is unfolding. I have heard all the rumblings of legal action from some friends. If this is why this is happening, shouldn't the parents be made aware? I know that is tricky and your hands may be completely tied, but as parents of students as well as taxpayers in the district, do we not have a right to know? If the district is being bullied into making decisions, I think all parents would want to know what is factoring into these decisions. I thank you again for your time. I'm sure my email is one of many. Annie Clark. Next is a letter from George Barbari. Dear board members, in preparation for your meeting, I wanted to express my support for 100% return of all students. I also support the end of all COVID-related restrictions, especially the use of barriers and masks. While I understand much of this direction comes from the state level, I believe it is the district's responsibility to pressure the state to look out for our children's well-being. The district needs to be more proactive than reactive with respect to the state's guidance. We have been dealing with this pandemic for over a year, and it is embarrassing that New York State Department of Education does not follow the principles they are in charge of enforcing in our children through education. By far, the children of this community have had the most negative impact on their lives and development while being the least susceptible to the virus. I do not want to think about the long-term effects this has caused on our children's futures, specifically related to mental health and substance abuse addiction for high school-aged kids. It's time to return these students full-time, without restrictions, to have any hope in reversing the effects this had on children. I urge the district to be leaders in pressuring the state to end these ridiculous restrictions, allowing parents to make the choice regarding what they are and are not comfortable with. These restrictions are merely catered to the 1% of parents that are fine ruining their children's lives for a false sense of security. I believe you will find most families do not support the actions of the state and this district. Please help our children, George Barbari. Next is a letter from Kimberly McAtee. I am writing again to strongly urge the Board of Education to reconsider having Parkdale students return to full-time attendance this year. I am disappointed by the lack of involvement of teachers in the discussion of the plans that affect us, and more importantly, our students. I feel that teachers are the people most closely involved with the students at Parkdale, yet our input has not been solicited. I have been exceptionally proud to serve our district with my Parkdale colleagues this year. We have been asked many times to do what seemed impossible, yet each time we have been asked to do more, we have risen to the challenge. In February, when we were asked to do more live instruction on Wednesdays, we started planning for it right away. Some even started implementing the changes. Then just a few weeks later, we were told students would be returning on Wednesdays, another change. We worked hard to plan for that and welcomed our students back again today. Now, after one day of Wednesday attendance, we are told to start planning for a full-time return. I am frustrated and disappointed. I understand that guidance about social distancing has changed. I would love to have things go back to the way they were before the pandemic, but this is not the time. Crowding students into classrooms seems an ill-conceived idea. COVID rates are high and rising. We don't know yet what the effects of the travel over spring break will be. We have a schedule right now that allows students much more individualized attention because of the smaller groups we work with for math and ELA. One area I am particularly proud of is that I have been able to do more writing instruction with my students because our time is focused and without distractions. I just received copies of an anthology of pieces written by all of my students. They can't wait to get their copies and celebrate the writing that their classmates have done. I have taught for 33 years, and this is the first year I have been able to do this with all of my students. They are proud, and rightly so. What we are doing at Parkdale is unique in the area. Our kids are able to come to school every day. There are very few places using our model, but it is helping our students be successful and see their friends in a safe environment. There are no issues with lunch or recess or traveling the halls and learning brand new routines. Full-time attendance is certainly the long-term goal of all the stakeholders in the district. There are so many elements that have to be considered, planned, and paid for. Input from all stakeholders is necessary to do this well. I think efforts to plan for full-time attendance in September would be a more appropriate place to put our efforts and the financial resources of the district. Thank you for your attention and your consideration, Kimberly McAtee. Next is a letter from Melissa Bailey. Hello, I am concerned about the recent increase in community spread, especially in light of receiving an email today with a pretty decent amount of VA school COVID cases. Is there a threshold at which the school would determine that it was unsafe to have students 3 feet apart as opposed to 6, or decide they should be fully remote? Also, given the need to be 6 feet apart for lunch, specials, etc., how are we handling outdoor spaces during spring given the likelihood of unpredictable weather? I do realize that the plans are likely already in place, with or without full community support. And I also realize that these are very difficult decisions to be made, decisions that will have many opposing viewpoints. The fully remote option is not a viable option for many working families, and therefore we are just looking to ensure that our children are going to a safe space each and every day. With it being so close to the end of the school year, it seems the safest and least disruptive plan would be to keep the schedule as is. Our children are going to be okay. The most important thing is to keep them healthy. Best, Melissa Bailey. Let me just check. Jackie, that was all the letters I received. I just want to double check on that. That was it.
Yes, that was all the letters.
Thank you. Folks, stick around. We have a budget presentation, and then we will be discussing the reopening of schools full time after the budget. So, Mr. Russ and Joanne, we're up for
Mary Beth.
Yep.
Mary, can I just say something? I just want to say something based on one of the letters that was just read. I agree with what you and Brian said. I take issue with the suggestion, comment, or thought that any of our teachers are subpar or not doing their jobs. I realize that because everyone has been to school, many think they know what it takes to be a teacher. I would never tell my husband how to be an accountant just because I do the household bills, nor would he ever tell me how to teach just because he himself went to school. Unless you're an educator, certified in education, and you've been in front of a classroom of students day after day, no one should pretend to know what it's like to be a teacher, especially in this difficult year. And I just feel like I needed to say that because I really take issue with that comment that our teachers are subpar. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry. I think that rubbed a lot of us the wrong way. Anyone else? All right. Moving on to the budget. Brian, Joanne, George.
Yeah, so today what we're going to do is we're just going to, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Today what we're going to do is we're going to kind of examine the state aid proposal that was released, actually passed a couple weeks ago, and just to make sure that we understand where the money's coming from and what it means for us moving forward. There is some positive, and it's definitely some good news here. But it's also, there's some caution because, again, it's not completely as it appears. Let's just say that. And so Joanne sent you some information that you were able to look through. I know a few of you had questions over. And so what we're going to do now is just go through the state aid and how it's going to impact our budget. And then we'll be prepared to make a budget presentation at our meeting next week, when we will hopefully be able to adopt the budget. So at this time, I'll just turn it over to Joanne, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I think I've been trying to think the easiest way to explain what is as clear as mud from the state. So if everybody has their budget books, if you could turn to your state aid section. And I believe that Ms. Jackie sent an email today with 2 additional sheets for when we're discussing state aid. And they would look like this. And like this. And if you have them for reference, I think it may help us follow along with each other better. So in your state aid section, there's a spreadsheet. It's on a long piece of paper that looks like this. And I think that's where we should start. And I will try to be as clear and concise as I can. But a lot of the detail is in the numbers that are being compared. So when we first look at our state aid run, it appears that we're getting an increase in aid year over year of $1.7 million. And that year over year, some of it is actual, some of it is new money that's not accounted for in the general fund. It's accounted for in the federal fund. So if I could draw everyone's attention to the box on the right-hand side where there are negatives. I think if we start there, I can help draw your attention back and forth across the spreadsheet to try to explain it. So the legislative run, you see the $1.7 million in increased aid. But when we start comparing it, the first thing we have to adjust is the pandemic adjustment and the CARES Act money that came in the 2020-2021 fiscal year. So to show you where that is, if you look in the purple section under estimated state aid, you'll see a negative $213,000, which is our pandemic adjustment. But then you see a positive $213, which is the CARES Act money. And if you shift over into the pink area, which is our legislative budget, they're only depicting the negative 213 in the numbers. They don't bring across the positive 213, which artificially inflates the $1.7 million. So that's where I started and removed that 213,000. The next adjustment that I made under the pink section, a new aid for East Aurora. It's about halfway down, universal pre-K, $248,400. That's a great thing for East Aurora, but it is a little misleading in our state aid run. The first thing of note is that $248,000 is for 3 years. So you need to divide that number by 3, and that's how much money there is to implement a U-Pre-K program in any given year. And again, that is not part of our general fund budget. That would be part of our federal budget. So we have to deduct that number from the $1.7 million. The third number that I adjusted is our transportation aid, which is in the green section and in the pink section. It's the blue part. Transportation aid is based on actual expenditures in the previous year. So when the legislature and when the governor runs these numbers for school districts, sometimes they can be high based on what a business official knows. So I do it every month. I project out what our expenditures, what I think our expenditures are going to be through the end of June, which I did with our transportation expenditures. And then I multiplied it by our aid ratio. And when I go through that exercise, the number in the legislative budget is approximately $100,000 too high from what it really will be. And if you look over to the green and purple section, an example of that is in the green section, the legislative budget for our current year said $1.1 million. And then you look in at the purple section on that same line, the aid that we're getting actually for transportation aid in this current year is $785,000. The next two negative numbers come from our revenue projections at our last Board of Education meeting, which you can find in our PowerPoint from the last time, our PowerPoint from the 31st. And in order to get our budget to balance, on the revenue side, I had projected an additional $251,000 in state and federal aid, and I had projected needing to use our reserve funds in the amount of $361,000. With our state aid runs being the foundation aid coming in so well, I think it would be prudent to have a conversation or to make a decision to hold off on using any reserve funds at this time. Due to the fact that all this influx of money, at some point in time, the money is going to run out, and we could be faced with another era in time that looks like the gap elimination days when the economy, it can't continue on this projection without it coming down. So I take those two numbers out because they were already accounted for in our revenue budget. The $25,000 and the $75,000 in the March 31st version of our revenue, I had included bullet aid that we have historically been getting to help support the position of the SRO. With this new budget that came out from the state, I do not believe there's going to be any bullet aid anymore. And then the $75,000 is an aid for a special placement of one of our students. And during the pandemic, and again, it runs like transportation aid. You spend it this year, it drives the aid next year. This year, the parent decided not to send that student, and that just came to light. So I had to back that out as a revenue source. And the last two numbers, the 31,000 and 24,000, are just changes between the executive budget and the legislative budget. And it's just how it flows through. So when all is said and done, our real increase in aid, when we're looking at budget to budget aid, is approximately $86,000. The one piece I missed, I apologize, is back to the blue with the transportation aid. And again, it goes, the legislative budget is using our actual aid number for the 2021 fiscal year and not the budgeted number. So that is artificially increasing that $1.7 million because it's not budget to budget, it's actual to budget.
And the actual was less because of the.
much less,
Because we weren't
correct.
taking buses. Okay. Hey, Joanne, before you go on, the notion that we may see a gap elimination adjustment type of correction,
Mhm.
is that coming from your school board?
We do have
Administrators
those
looking at-
conversations, but, and it's more from our experience from living through those years.
Yeah,
And, economically, I just don't understand if the federal government keeps printing money without having anything to back up that money, that a recession has to happen at
Yeah.
some point in time.
Okay.
It just doesn't make sense.
Kim, you have a finger up.
Well, I was just going to have Joanne kind of clarify in terms of the foundation aid. We're looking at that number. Is this something that we can then anticipate? This isn't something that necessarily goes down, but it's something we can anticipate to continue.
Yes, and that goes to the sheets that hopefully you received in your email. This is our state aid run. And if you look at the blue box, that's the 213,000 that I was talking about, that they show it going out, but they don't show it coming in, which
Mhm.
artificially deflates that $9.9 million. That really should be $213,000 higher when you're comparing. And then if you look at the second page, I have a number 1 written next to the foundation aid, the $5.5 million. Our calculation was a little different than the other school districts. And I worked with our state aid specialists. I said, this number is not making sense to me. I want to make sure it's a real number. So that's what the second page is depicting, how we got that $26,000. So they took the difference between our base year, which is this year, 4.7 million, and they subtracted it from our full phase-in number, which is 7.8 million. And then they multiplied that sum by the foundation aid factor that was assigned to our district, which is 0.2625. And that's where that number came from. So they came up with the 826,000 and they added that to our base year. And that's how we got that increase in our foundation aid. Now, I'm optimistically hopeful in this legislative package. It is to bring us all up to our correct foundation amount, phase-in amount over these 3 years. So the 826 this year, and then hopefully, a lot happens in a year. Hopefully then in 22, 23 and 23, 24, we'll see additional bumps to our foundation aid. But that's the information I have at this point.
So Joanne, are we guaranteed then we will definitely get the 5541
Yes.
here?
Yes, that was many, many conversations back and forth with our state aid specialists at Questar 3. And we went through the formulas quite a few times. And I would say, see, it doesn't work. We got to look again. We got to look again. Yes, that was passed into legislation. And that is our foundation aid number.
Thank you.
If I can just comment on why that's so important. As you can see, like as Joanne and I, and primarily Joanne, kind of analyzes this, and then we talk about what it actually means. Especially as we come through it this year, some of the monies aren't exactly as they appear. But the one most important and positive thing about this budget or this aid package is the adjustment to foundation aid, because those are the dollars that will hopefully be there every year moving forward. And so that allows us to plan in terms of our positions, programs, those types of things, negotiations, all those things really rely heavily on those predictable sources of funding that we can rely on year to year, as opposed to some of the funding like, for instance, the pre-K, which is limited to a 3-year window, or the federal funds that are one-time source, and how do we spend that over the next year or 2 or 3, depending on what the federal requirements are going to be around that. So that foundation aid piece is very positive for us, and we've been waiting for that for, gosh, 10 or more years. And so it's finally starting to move, and that's a really good thing for our school district, because we've been so shorted in regard to our foundation aid formula. Yeah, it's very positive.
Very positive, and that's what's going to help us sustain any of the new hires, that foundation aid piece.
So basically, Joanne, as in years past, what the public in the community are going to be seeing in the paper is that we are getting an additional $1.7 million in aid. But in reality, we actually are only getting $86,000.
Well, 86 and then the 251 and the 300, not using the reserves and that other anticipated aid.
Okay.
Yeah, so Terry, there's two things that we already built into the budget. We estimated that 251 just as a number to balance the budget out, because we knew we were going to get some additional aid. Right. And then we also were pulling from the reserves to pull the budget all together. So now that goes, again, that makes us healthier, like from a fiscal standpoint, because we're going to push the reserves back into the reserves. We're not going to use that money. And then the 251 it's accounted for within the package that we received from the state, and a little bit more. Yeah. So that's the aid around pre-K is real, but it's not $248,000. It's only going to be $82,000 for next year, $82,000 and $82,000. And so what we need to determine, Cindy and I are going to meet tomorrow to talk about. We're going to look at our last pre-K program, because I don't know if you remember, this is going back to Sundi Natal. She had coordinated a pre-K program through UPK, and we were ready to go. And at the very last minute, the state pulled the funding, and the program just got put back into the folder. And so we were pulling that out just to see how she made, what arrangements she's made. But you can see $82,000 isn't a lot of money to support pre-K within the school or the community. So that's what I'm saying. It's never as straightforward as it seems. Yeah. But
it's still not 1.7 million.
No, not even close. Right. Now, when we get through this, and that's why I said that foundation aid of $826,000, that will be there next year. And that is what's really important. Yes. Because that supports, as I was saying, the positions we'll be adding for this year. Other programs we decide to do, things like we added, like the social worker, we've actually added an additional social worker. Those foundation aid monies make that possible, because those sources are there from year to year. So that'll be really positive for next year. Yeah. And it helps us this year as well. Dan, you wanted to say something?
Oh, yes, please, Brian. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about universal pre-K. It's one of my favorite things. Yes, no matter whether it's 80,000 or 240,000, whether it's 1 year or spread over 3 years, it's still an important element in our program. Just talk to some of our kindergarten teachers and ask them about the students who arrive in the class having had, well, and frankly, the studies show that some of them have been exposed to millions fewer words in their lives, their little short lives, than children who are who have been given the opportunity that these children have not. And so, and I understand that there are limitations to universal pre-K. It's not, first of all, it's not universal. Second of all, you can't target it at particular needs, but it would provide an opportunity to establish a class of children who are 4 years old to help them get ready to come to school and be more prepared. So I don't want to give up on this money just because we think it's not enough, or we think it should be spent some other way, or we don't like the fact that it's federal money versus state money. I don't care where the money comes from. I just want to be assured that we are going to take a serious look at the previous proposal, and we're going to try to develop a program that will meet the needs of these 4-year-olds with whatever money we have. And I don't advocate spending more than that. I would just need to design a program that accommodates those funds. And so I would encourage us to budget for that. Not in the general fund. If this is federal money, budget it in the special aid fund, but put a line in there for it. And then let's work at it and see what we can do to accommodate it. Now, maybe it won't be ready by September 1. I don't care. I just want to be sure that we're taking the steps necessary to move in that direction. So that's my 2 cents with regard to universal pre-K and an opportunity, and think back to the Board of Education that first initiated this effort and asked you as superintendent and our other administrators to plan a program. We were all excited about starting this new program. It was all set to go, and it certainly didn't cost any more than the amount that has been budgeted here. But and we had a line on that state aid form that allowed us to do it, and then the federal government pulled the rug out and froze the money. They said, yes, the money's there, it's allocated for you, but it's frozen. No new programs. And so it's been year after year after year that the existing programs, and by the way, all of our neighboring school districts have this, all of them. And we're sitting there here by ourselves, not having it because of the freeze. So now that it's unfrozen, let's use it and let's accomplish something with it. And I'd be delighted to sit in on any planning committee if you're going to establish one. So I thank you for listening to my diatribe on universal pre-K. I appreciate it.
I do remember when we had the conversation oh God, Dan, it was a decade ago, probably, when we had a plan in place and we worked with our local preschools to be able to do it. I know there were some issues about, Dan, it'd be near and dear to all our hearts to be able to actually target the kids who need it the most, who don't have preschool programs available to them. I think at the time I recall that we had to do some kind of a lottery system, which meant that, even folks of means could grab some of those slots, and we weren't necessarily able to grab the folks who really needed it the most, which was unfortunate. I don't know whether that guidance has changed. I would hope if you look at it, there would be some way to put together something that you could, maybe, do something with the dollars we have. My concern on not doing it, I agree with Dan, if we could get something rolling. I know you guys are stretched thin, but if we could get somebody looking at it and get it rolling, my fear is that when we don't use the money, it's going to be gone. That if we're trying, Joanne, as they say, to make up dollars and fix the economy, the money that you don't spend is not going to be there then next year, right? And so not only you're not going to get the 238 or whatever it is, you're not going to get the 80 that you spent if you don't actually spend it. So if there is somebody that has the time and the effort to be able to try to figure out how we could do it, and maybe not reinvent the wheel. I don't know who we have left in the district that was here when we implemented that plan, or whether there's a file in a drawer somewhere that has sort of what we had started, so you wouldn't be starting from scratch. But my guess is it was Sue Di Natale back in the day that had put together the bulk of the work, but my memory's not that great. It's been a long time.
I don't think we throw much out, so it's in a file somewhere. There are concerns. I mean, it is a lottery system, but knowing what we know now, that if you put your name in the hat, you have a chance of having it pulled out. And so we have links now with groups like the Rural Outreach Center and other places that could encourage people to put their name in the hat so they have a chance to be part of it. And oftentimes parents with limited resources don't even know that this kind of thing is available. And so when the names go in the hat, their name might not be in there. I think we know more now, and we can't, it has to be a lottery, but I think we can make sure that the names are in the hat of the kids that need the help.
Yeah. And Dan, I'm just going to ask you to put your hand down in case
Oh, yes.
you need to recall
Thank
it
you.
again.
Yeah, so that, like I said, Cindy and I are going to take a look at what Sue did. I think, did you find that, Sue? Did you find Sue's work? Okay, good, great. So we're going to take a look at what Sue did and see what that program looked like. And Cindy actually did a program back in Pembroke. And so she has that experience. And then we're going to take a look at, what does it look like? What are the new regulations? Because I'm sure over the last 10 years, how the lottery works, or, how you may spend the money, or what partnerships you need to make. It's probably changed. There's no question about it. But I agree, Dan. I think for us, like what we see is, there's, many of our students are fortunate to receive preschool experiences, but there is a group every year that are not. And if we can, and it's like you said, it's not just available to them, but if we can get them as part of the process, then there's a possibility there that I think can be very helpful. Because what we do see is that children that don't have pre-K typically come in with some additional needs, and then we're making up some for lost time. So yeah, there's no question. It's a great opportunity. Just don't know what it is yet.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else?
Okay, then if I could just draw your attention, still in your books, if you look at the tab under 3-year plan, I updated the 3-year plan with the balanced budget, making those adjustments on the revenue side. For the anticipated aid and the use of reserves, and you can see it's the second gray area, the 21-22 budget. And then right behind that is our line by line revenue budget under the revenue tab. The only thing of note on the revenue line by line, our system never pulls in the appropriated fund balance. So under the proposed revenue, you need to add the $418,148 to make it balance, because it just doesn't pull that in. And behind the revenues is the line by line appropriation budget. And those were the new items added to the budget book, if anybody had any questions.
Joanne, I had a couple, just to help me understand a little bit. Unclassified revenues. What?
Hold on a minute. Which tab are you on?
Revenues.
Okay, yeah.
I just wondered what sorts of things were in unclassified revenues.
It's a state aid code, and what number is it? Let me see. I gotta find it.
2770.
Yep, that
Just some bucket of money that comes in with the state
I
aid.
don't know off the top of my head, but yes, things go in there.
Okay, if
But
it's
I
state
don't-
aid, that's okay. That's okay. I
It's
didn't know
not
if it
state
was.
aid. It's other
It's not.
things that come in throughout the year
Oh, okay.
that aren't always there every single year.
And there was something that had reduced. Oh, Board of Cooperative Ed. Is this just a shifting of money? I noticed we have.
Is that under revenues?
Yes.
Okay, what's the number?
3103. It's down 16%.
Oh.
So I just wondered if that
And
was.
again, that's budget to budget. That came directly from, if you go back to those state aid numbers, that's our BOCES aid.
Okay.
And if you look at the green, the purple, and the pink, that's where those numbers come from.
Thanks.
Anyone else with questions? Dan?
Yeah, please. You recall we took a substantial amount of our unappropriated fund balance this year and used it to advance the money necessary to achieve the Smart Schools Bond Act purchases. I noticed the Parkdale cafeteria was just brimming over with electronic stuff. So I'm glad we did that. But how are we budgeting for the revenue that we will receive from the state when that money is reimbursed? In other words, does that come back into the general fund? And as such, will that not throw the next year or the year after, whenever we receive it, throw the whole revenue picture out of whack for that year if we don't budget for it?
Yes and no, because we don't know when it will be coming in. So I think it's something hard to budget for, but it's something that we can't lose track of. And it will be the reverse of how we funded it now. So when the money comes in, it'll come into the capital fund. Then the capital fund will reimburse the general fund for that initial output of money. So whenever that happens is when we would have that conversation where it goes.
So in other words, when the money comes in, it will cause us to have, for that particular year, a surplus of that amount, which we would have had this year had we not used it to initiate that purchase. So at that point in time, then the board would discuss whether we wanted to use that money for reserves or for whatever other purposes that this one-time revenue would be. But I appreciate the fact that we're not going to forget about it.
Correct.
It worries me. It worries me that it's not in a line somewhere, because with my memory might fail me. And
mine won't, I promise. Mine won't. I
So
will be watching for it.
So that was like $500,000, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a lot of money.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone have any questions on the budget? Any more questions on the budget?
Well, I just have one more comment, and that it's not relating to the general fund budget, because obviously the federal money, the money that is coming to us as a one-time amount, plus the money for universal pre-K, will greatly inflate the special aid fund. The special aid fund, we see a report every month on the special aid fund. We get a report on the general fund, the school lunch fund, the special aid fund. And frankly, the school board has had little involvement with the special aid fund. The special aid fund brings in Title I money, and it's usually less than $1 million, and it has very specific purposes that it's used for. In the next year, we're going to have a special aid fund increase of about $3.25 million or more. That's money that's going to come into the district and be deposited in the special aid fund. I would just like to be sure that we as a board are involved in planning for the expenditure of those funds. We're not involved currently in very much of what goes on with the special aid fund, but I think we need to be moving forward. We need to be part of the deliberation associated with these additional monies. So I would caution us to expand our monthly look from the general fund for the coming year to also include the special aid fund. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. All right. I just want to make sure. So Joanne, you're going to be asking us to approve a budget for $39,489,097. And
Yes.
And I am asking if any board member anticipates having an objection to approving that budget amount, speak up now so we can address any questions or concerns. Okay. All right, we're moving on in the agenda. Does anyone need a break before we move on? Okay. We're moving on to the discussion item, the update on the progress toward the reopening of schools full-time. Brian, you and your administrative team are up.
Okay. So I sent some information to the board last week on Friday. On March 19th, the CDC came out with new guidance on social distancing, and so we've been talking about that for a few months now, and the idea of encouraging the state Department of Education and the governor's office and the New York State Department of Health to examine the data from other areas of the country where they were using 3 feet of social distance within their classrooms. I worked with one of my superintendent's group, the Erie Niagara School Superintendents Association. We sent letters to both the Commissioner of Education, Commissioner Rosa, and the governor's office. They did respond with consideration of looking at the data. And then shortly after that, the CDC did come out with some guidance. And for us, what works is looking at the guidance, especially for Parkdale. Currently, because of the transmission rate within our area, we cannot move from 6 feet of social distance at the middle school and high school. So that's another discussion we'll have to have. But on the 19th, the CDC acted. Again, the governor's office just came out with their decision to support that guidance on Friday. So we've been working on preparing for April 26th, because in our letter to the governor, which was a few months ago, we said that if we get notice in time that we would potentially be able to open on April 26th, giving us about 10 weeks left in the school year to be in full attendance. So from there, when we look at the CDC guidance and that document I sent you, and all this information is available on the website. And tomorrow, what we're going to be doing is sending a letter to parents, and I'll be including the links to this information as well. They show a chart of low transmission, moderate transmission, substantial transmission, and high transmission. And so right now we're in the red zone, which is the highest high transmission. And so it says here for elementary school, physical distancing, at least 3 feet of distance between students in the classroom. Cohorting is recommended. So we do cohort at Parkdale, and we can achieve 3 feet of social distance. So that is certainly an option for us. But the guidance for the middle school and high school, unfortunately, does not apply, because we cannot cohort our students. Just because of the nature of the schedules, they don't fall into a cohort format. At the middle school, like I know I'm thinking, because when we started this school year, I never thought we would be here pushing towards the end of the year and still in this situation. So we don't know what's going to happen for September. So we have been working also on a backup plan. If we can't all get to 3 feet of social distance, how can we get all of our students back full time in a way that is still safe for them? And so we talked about cohorting next year for the middle school. That certainly is possible, we think, at 5th and 6th grade, but 7th and 8th grade, because kids are in different programs. When you start bringing electives or choice into the schedule, it makes it very difficult to cohort students. Like at the high school, we have a very robust offerings for good cohort if we eliminated all the AP courses, all the electives, and those types of things, which we don't want to do, obviously, because that's what makes their education well-rounded. And at the middle school, we have the introduction of language, and also the introduction of advanced placement in math and science. So kids start to follow different pathways depending on which courses they do choose. So again, I think those are possibilities looking forward for September, but at this point in time, it's nearly impossible to readjust those schedules. So under this guidance, if we need to maintain 6 feet of social distance, I don't see anything really changing for the middle school or high school at this time. The one thing that we do need to discuss, and this has been our focus, is that when we've really followed the guidance of primarily the Erie County Department of Health, because while the CDC does make general recommendations, each area has its different needs. And so right now, Erie County is I believe the worst section for transmission in the entire state. So Erie County is not doing well. I don't know why that's happening, but I did also receive some information today about the increase in younger students of school age between 5 and 17, and those groups have definitely grown in terms of their positivity rates over the last several weeks. So even with that in mind, what the Department of Health, our local Department of Health, and the New York State Department of Health said is that it is still safe for elementary students to come back, because what we have or have not seen is we haven't seen any transmission within the school. So I do want to caution our parents, though, is that once we go to 3 feet of social distance, the guidelines for contact tracing have not changed. So our students are going to be within 6 feet. So if there's a student who tests positive in the classroom, everyone who is within 6 feet of that student is then contact traced. So as you see, we've had a lot of positive cases, but no contact tracing within the school. That will definitely change, and anywhere between 4 and 9 students within a classroom could be impacted depending on where that student is sitting. So if they sit right in the middle of the class, they're going to be contacted to more students. If they sit in the upper corner, they're going to be contacted to fewer students. And so what we'll see is considerably more contact tracing, but that doesn't mean that there'll be additional spread within the school. But what that means is that the kids who are contact traced then indeed have to quarantine.
Brian, if they quarantine, are they going to just go to a full remote model?
Yeah, Jess, you want to explain how that looks right now?
Yeah, so right now, whenever students have to quarantine, they're not able to move into the full remote teacher's class because they're their own class with their own materials and not necessarily on the same lesson. So what we've been doing is providing work for the kids to work on. And the parents pick it up, or we have it delivered to the house, and they just complete that and make contact with the teacher as needed with questions. And then we catch them up when they get back.
And that'll continue.
Yes.
So really, they're independently working if they are contact traced, and knowing that we are going to 3 feet in distance, but the guidance still is 6 feet, we anticipate more students having to go to this independent work model because of all of this, correct?
Right. It's a combination of materials they send home as well as asynchronous online activities. Yes. Yeah, that will, I mean, I can't predict, but more than likely, just theoretically, it would make sense that because the contact tracing is I guess being violated, then more of those kids would be identified and indeed need to quarantine. Yeah, Dan, go ahead.
Thank you. Help me to understand about the full remote students. Currently, they have a teacher who at Parkdale we're talking about now. They have a teacher that works specifically with them, and as I understand it, that teacher has another group of students that they work with in person on the other half of the day. And so, how are you planning on accommodating these unusual circumstances if the teachers students that they have half the day are there the whole day, and how will the remote children be accommodated?
Yeah, so the remote children will be accommodated. Well, there's two things that we're considering. The first is that they will be with their teacher And so it'll be similar to what it looks like at the middle school and high school. There'll be kids who are online and also kids who are live in front of the teacher. But what we're going to do is we're going to provide assistance within the classroom. So they're going to have an aide in there to support those students who are remote. We don't do that in 5 through 12. We do not do that, but we felt it was necessary just because of the age of the students and to help them stay focused and then to help the teacher facilitate the lesson and keep things moving smoothly. We've also thought about, is there a possibility of splitting them up? And so the teacher could stay maybe with the remote students and then have another teacher teaching those students who are live. But we're having some problems with some spacing because what we've had to do is in order to accommodate lunch and some also to create new spaces for teachers who will have more students who are now in small spaces that have very limited ventilation. We need to move them to different spaces within the school. And so that's really tightening up the spaces that we have available to create additional classrooms within the school. So what will happen is that, like, for instance, we'll be using the commons, we'll be using the backstage, we'll be using the cafeteria. We're having an outdoor space. We purchased a tent to put up in the back of Parkdale, close to the building, where some of the students will be eating their lunch. So again, because in order to maintain 6 feet of social distance for lunch, we have to use other spaces throughout the school to make that happen. So we're grabbing at those spaces so there's less and less available to create those new classrooms. That was something, we just thought of, and thank Mary Beth for some suggestions as well. But the logistics around that is something we still have to work through. So we are going to give the teacher of those students, of remote students, additional support either way. Yeah.
So you do not anticipate any children having to change teachers this late in the school year?
No, I'm sorry. Can I just say one thing? No, that's another thing, Dan, that we're trying to avoid is having any student change teachers, whether it's the students who are all remote right now, or if it's the students who are in person but have the all remote teacher. We're trying to avoid both of those. So we thought maybe possibly a happy medium would be to keep the same teacher, but the all remote, there's about 3 or 4 per class. So we've gone from 59 to 25 or so who have indicated they would like to stay all remote. So it's about 4 or 5 per grade level. And our hope was they'll have their same teacher they've been having, but by having another adult assistant in the room, they're not going to be lost on their Google Meet over there in the corner, only being 3 or 4 of them. We'll still have that adult liaison to keep the kids online engaged with each other and the classroom teacher and the other kids in the class.
But this is a new model for the teacher. Those teachers who are teaching remotely have not done synchronous teaching to people live and online at the same time. And so
no, they have. Yeah, no, they have not. They went and visited a couple middle school teachers a couple weeks ago and watched them do it for a period, and then they had some time to talk to them about their learning curve and the pros and the cons, and then they had time to meet with technology. So they've done each of them, but not together.
Okay. Jessica, your hand.
Yeah, Kim, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Or Jess, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Dan covered my questions. Sorry, my hand was.
go ahead, Jessica.
Thanks. I had a couple of questions. Busing, is that how is transportation impacted?
Yeah.
I have a couple questions. So you want me to throw them out there? Or you want to start with busing?
Yeah, sure. No, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me. Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask about busing. This is random, and this probably applies to all schools. There's been conversation about the barriers at the kids' desks. I wanted to know what the thoughts were on whether or not we're keeping those up. Recess and how we're managing movement of kids there. And then this is going to be a very different model for their students. And I know we've heard from teachers about, April becomes September, where we're teaching folks how to walk down the hallway and where to stand and how to sit and all those things. So I know there's a heavy lift there. And I just want folks to recognize that I, for one, as a board member, have heard that I think the lift will be there in September or April, and at some point we're going to have to do it. But it definitely hear the challenge. A question I have is for the kids who are at home, so they're sitting in their classrooms for 2.5 hours now, and then they leave and they go home and they run around and they play and they eat lunch and they get their wiggles out, and then they do the rest of their work. If we are within 3 feet of each other in the classroom, how are they getting their wiggles out safely and not coming? I'm having my brain cannot imagine a first grade classroom where the kids sit in their desks the whole entire day and only come within 3 feet of the 6 children who are immediately around them. I can see that for 2.5 hours. How does that work for the full day?
Well, they're going to still walk to specials. And they're actually not going to be sitting as long as they normally would. Right now, we don't ever have, in a normal school year, we never have 2.5 hours of pure sitting time. And actually, the teachers have gotten really creative and found things online, and Go Noodle has come up with different movement breaks that they can do just standing, behind their chair, standing up in their desk. So we do that now all the time. A 5-year-old can't sit for 2.5 hours either. So we do that now, and we'll just continue to do those, and they will still have rec. In a different way. We'll have to designate classes to different areas. Luckily we have so much green space and pavement area and playground that we can spread the classes out for rec too. So we'll just continue what we're doing with different wiggle breaks. And then between rec and walking to specials, they'll get some movement time.
Thanks. Practice for my brain like everyone else's. And busing and barriers were my other two.
Sure. So busing, that's probably the greatest challenge right now, where we've been working with First Student. It's always easier when you have your own busing system, and the one thing that we're also facing is that busing is completely changing, because right now we have 2 start times and 2 end times, so they have to recreate all the routes for a start and end time. So they've been working on it, and that may be the one thing that may delay us by a week. We were shooting for April 26th, but we may have to push that off to May 3rd, which is the following Monday. And that would just be related to making sure that all of those routes are indeed accurate, and that we can transport the kids in a safe way. So, it's a lot to think about. Like I said, they've been working on it for weeks, but it usually takes months. Like over the summer, they just said they actually start planning now for September. And so, so they've started a few weeks ago, or maybe even a month ago, planning for this adjustment in 2 weeks. So it's a lot to work through. We work on 2 different systems, so the data doesn't always flow as freely as we would like. So there's just a lot of issues around that. But when all is said and done, we'll be able to do it. And they are telling us right now that they believe they can hit the 26th deadline and be ready to go. So we would need to send out postcards to parents to let them know what their new route is. So like for the AM kids, more than likely they're going to be at the same spot. The time may adjust a little bit, but they'll be at the same spot. But their afternoon is different, because now they're going to be coming home at 3:30. So, and it's just the opposite for the afternoon kids. Now their morning is going to change, and then their afternoon will be the same. So it is very different than most schools who are on like a similar schedule to our middle school and high school. They're already coming full days. So they just need to add the additional days on for the week. So it's a little bit different for us, because we're totally recreating the transportation schedule, which is a monumental task. Yeah. It's a big one.
Brian, have you some of the parent letters parent letters and teacher letters expressed a desire to see a survey be sent out again to the parents who sort of maybe misinterpreted the original survey about, what their option was only full in person. But have you considered whether or not you want to survey parents about keeping a hybrid model and what those numbers might look like? And then my other question is we've gotten a number of letters from the teachers who have expressed concerns about returning at this time and what we need to teach those elementary kids in particular about school and traversing through the building and manners and, how to eat lunch and not, stay socially distant. And are we reaching out to teachers to get, not just from the ones we've heard from, but all of our staff to say, and make sure we're addressing any concerns that they have about bringing kids back full time? And then lastly, say, the sort of the, what's the, if we get into May and the numbers in Erie County are still pretty bad. I mean, we saw some statistics on children getting COVID and the rise in the number of kids. Are you reaching out to other schools to see whether or not, coming back now is a full time is appropriate or not?
Yeah. So, let's see. So, what was your first? I'm sorry. What was your first question?
Are you a survey, and are you talking to the
Yeah.
teachers and getting feedback?
Yeah. So the survey, we thought about the survey, and so I guess it's been a tough question because the surveys, again, it's hard to really. I think what we did on the first survey and what we did notice is that people made comments about a desire to stay in a remote model, that, things were moving along well. So we're not sure exactly how to use that type of data. So while we have, there may be a strong opinion or a number of people that want that, but how does that influence our decision to come back? Because again, what we know is we want to be back. We want to be back full time. But it has to make sense. And so we look at, there's 10 weeks left in the school year. And according to the criteria, which we've been following from the CDC and most importantly, the local Department of Health, they are indeed saying that for our elementary school, it is safe to do that. And so we've kind of used that as the focus because there are a lot of opinions, right? There are a lot of people that feel one way or the other about coming back, staying full remote, staying in hybrid. And like I said earlier, I have to say that I'm very, very pleased and I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting it to go as well as it has. I wasn't expecting our students to make as much progress as they have. I'm not saying there aren't issues or there aren't gaps or aren't kids who are struggling emotionally. That certainly is true. But my expectation based on just going to this new model and never teaching in this way before, I was expecting it to be maybe not as successful as it has been. I've just been really, really pleased with the teachers' transition through the process. In the beginning, it was very difficult. They were overwhelmed. And now we see them really moving through it and doing excellent work with our students. And so, but we know that ultimately we want them to come back, especially I think because we have 10 weeks left. If there were 5 weeks, then we would have, I think, a different conversation because as we move towards the end of the year, there's end of year activities and those types of things. So there's not as much instruction happening. And so would it make sense to change the whole system for 5 weeks? I don't know about that. But I think if we have a whole quarter left, that's kind of what we talked about today. I met with the administrative team again this afternoon just to talk through some of these exact details. So we were thinking about using the, Mark, what's the name of the at EA where they submit the questions?
Yeah, and that has remained open. Any non-building specific thing, but any feedback is reopen at eak12.org. That comes to me, and then I farm it out to the most appropriate person to answer it. Reopen at eak12.org email address.
Yeah, so we're gonna include that in my letter to parents in regard to taking listening to their comments and taking that into consideration as we continue to formulate the plan. And again, we've been on the fence about the survey, but we're just not exactly sure what to do or how that data would impact our final decision. Considering we've always used the DOH's guidance as kind of our fundamental force in terms of making those decisions. Yeah.
Right.
Terry. So the barriers. Yeah. So again, we had a parent talk to us about barriers and that it was very problematic for her children. And so when we started this off again under the guidance of Dr. Bernstein, she talked about layers of protection. We know that the barriers are not nearly as effective as a mask. The distance and masks are the two things that are really most important. When we decided to use barriers, it was based on the fact that Dr. Bernstein explained to us if we put additional layers in place, it should assist us in minimizing the spread within the school district. Now the CDC has come out and said that barriers are not required. They've almost said that maybe it's, get rid of them. But then Dr. Bernstein, again, she just issued a statement from the DOH based on our infection rate in Erie County. And she once again stated that it's best to be as cautious as we possibly can in regard to coming back to school full time. Because in Erie County, like I said, like no other county in the state, our numbers are really many times higher than other counties. And especially we see the numbers basically double in from 5 to 17 over the last 3 weeks. So the numbers in that age range have certainly increased dramatically. And so therefore, that's why we're not allowed to move from the 6 feet at the middle and high school. And of course, the infection rate at the middle and high school, there's greater risk due to the independence of the students at that age.
And before I go on to the other board members with questions, there were some suggestion in one of the letters that was written to the Board of Education this evening and in weeks past that, we should be getting rid of all of the restrictions. We are still requiring masks. The kids will be masked throughout the day with periodic mask breaks when they're seated and staying and they're socially distant. Right. And that's
oh, absolutely. Yeah. There's the only time they have their mask off would be for eating during lunch. And the rest of the day they will, it would be irresponsible of us to remove all the restrictions. It's very serious still. Yes.
All right. Terry Goldweiler.
My question's actually, Mary Beth, were the same as your two, but concerning are we going to do a survey, but also about the teachers, and Mary Beth had the same thing. And I don't think you were able to answer that one. How are we getting the teachers involved with this process of reopening either now or in the fall?
Yeah, and I'm not sure because I have met personally, and I know Jessica and Matt have met with teachers many, many times in regard to the development of the program. And I'm going back to when we decided to put more time on Wednesdays for synchronous learning. So, we had several meetings with, I've been meeting with your advisory group and talking to them specifically about issues related to the virus. I've talked to them about coming back personally on Wednesdays, like I said, synchronously, Wednesdays live. I've had several meetings with even the remote teachers. So we have had discussions. We discussed coming back on the 26th prior to the break with them. We moved the desks and chairs back into the room because over the break we had the time to do that in anticipation that it may happen. So those conversations have happened. And tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I have another meeting scheduled with advisory, and we have another faculty meeting on Friday. I was also at another faculty meeting earlier as all of these changes were happening. So we're involving them as much as we possibly can. And I know on a daily basis, Jess and Matt are having conversations with them about how the process is changing.
And do the folks who aren't part of that advisory group know who to communicate up through the chain, what their concerns are, so that they know, hey, if you have, or is there some way we could reach out and just say, we want to make sure that we're, I want to make sure that we're addressing the concerns that are raised. I think it is a fair point that if these kids haven't been in school full time, some of the academics are going to go by the wayside as the kids come back and are excited about being with their friends and their classmates, and they're going to come in and it's going to be a little bit harder to teach them. It's going to be like, starting school in September. And we all remember our days of our elementary kids in September, and not a lot got done in the first month of school because it's a lot of teaching kids how to do things that away from home. are we expecting and accommodating for that sort of academic slip?
Yeah, there's no question about it that as they come back, they're going to have to go through all those routines. And like, you know, we even say about lunch, in order to accommodate, we have to have 5 lunch periods. And so, you know, they're going to need to know, especially the younger students, you know, K1, K's never done any of those things. They don't know how to order food. They don't know how to stand in the line. So there are a lot of those, like, it's almost like the beginning of the year. I guess, like Jess said, would have happened in September. Yeah. So, you know, that's typically, you know, when things like that are learned. So that will be time that they'll need to, again, walking through the building, because they're not really doing that now. You know, they're in their rooms. They're in their rooms and they're going outside, but basically speaking, the movement is very minimized right now, and that will certainly take on a different look. They're going to have to travel through the hallways differently. You know, again, as more and more people are moving between specials, they have to make sure that they're still keeping their distance. So there's no question that they're going to need time to take care of those things, and I guess it's just something that we have to understand and take it day by day. And again, it will improve, you know, as the days pass and the kids continue to practice those routines. But yeah, there's no question about that. That will be taking additional time away from instruction.
Judy.
Yeah, my 2 questions, Brian, are just about transportation. I'm wondering, is that 1 child per seat? And does that mean more buses, therefore more expense? Have we budgeted for that?
Yeah, no, Judy, that it's changed. They're allowing children to sit in the seats together with masks on. And so that will ease the, and so what we're going to do is that kids are going to be assigned a seat. So if you're the first kid on the bus, you're going to go to the back of the bus and sit in the back by the window. And that's going to be your seat every single day. So even if there's other openings in the beginning because the kid doesn't get on, you're still going to go to your seat. And the reason for that is that if there's contact tracing, we know exactly who is sitting next to each other. Yeah. So again, to eliminate because, you know, there's movement and then it makes it really difficult to say, okay, who are they sitting next to today? That way we feel it'll be just a much easier process to track. But they said that we should require and be as socially distant as practicable. So they have definitely changed the parameters around that. Now that hasn't changed for cafeteria. They have to be 6 feet apart because they are indeed taking their masks off. And that's why we have to spread them out over half of the school to make it work, and have 5 lunch periods, which is also.
So they're expecting elementary kids to stay 1 close to the window and 1 on the edge of the seat, and they're going to do this?
Yeah, that's basically the guidance. Yeah, I know. I think even just sitting in the seat together,
it's not going to happen.
You're just so close to each other. Yeah, I guess they must think that with the mask on, and most bus rides aren't that long. I don't know, but that's kind of the guidance as we've been able to interpret it. Okay. So, you know, they're trying to minimize, and what we're going to do is we're going to ask parents, as we have in the past, for the next 10 weeks, can you drive your kids to school? Yeah. And they've been really great about that, and that has seriously diminished the amount of students who are on the bus. And so that does help to allow them to spread out. But again, it's not like it was with, I think it was 6 feet, you know, until this time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Kim, your hand is up.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Brian, going back to what you were talking about with Dr. Bernstein and the barriers, did she specifically reference saying to continue those barriers then at this point in time because of the positivity rate? And I'm just trying to understand what.
Yeah, you know what it is, Kim? I thought she did, but then I was looking through guidance again today and I didn't see it. So I've got to research that. What she does is she cautions us to be as thoughtful and as cautious as we possibly can be. So I know people really don't like the barriers in general. I mean, I don't like sitting behind one, you know, I mean, it's not great, but I think for right now, my feeling would be we will maintain it, just because we have so far this year. And so would I think about it differently for the start of the school year? Yes, definitely. But for right now, until we can see how this unfolds and see how, if there's, you know, that's another thing I wanted to share is that if, for instance, we are, and somebody asked that question, is there a threshold? Yes, there is. The Department of Health monitors our dashboards. Each day, the principals, they fill out a dashboards with the infections, and then it's monitored on a daily basis. And if it hits a certain percentage, the Department of Health contacts us about potentially closing a school down. So if we get a high infection rate and the DOH does come to us and say, hey, it's too high at Parkdale, you really need to shut school down and go remote, we would not be able to pivot, at least at this time, to the hybrid model. Even we would go remote and then we would have to come back full time, because the hybrid model right now is designed in half days. We couldn't go from a full day to a half day like within a couple of days notice. It just wouldn't be possible. So for the rest of the year, it will be one of two models, either full remote or full in person. So there wouldn't be the option to slide back into a hybrid model like we have at the high school. Yeah, in middle school.
What's the positivity number right now we're at?
Positivity rate is now, see, I don't know it for this. Does anybody know? Travis isn't here. Okay. I don't know that offhand. I'm just looking at subgroup, Mary Beth.
You're looking at for the Erie County number, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Matt, do you know that by any chance?
Just a couple of days ago, we were at or just over 300 per 100,000 in population over a 7-day period. So I would imagine we're somewhere near there.
Yeah. And so that's 3 times the allowed limit. We need to be at 100 per 100,000 in order to bring back the middle school and high school. And it's been pretty consistently 2 or 3 times that over the last, at least week or two.
Mary Beth, can I just ask a follow-up to what we were talking about?
Yep.
Are we also having, especially now that the weather is improving, but are we having all of the windows open in all of the classrooms to provide that ventilation, which they said is so important for this? Do we have all of the teachers having windows open in all of the rooms?
Yep, that's part of it as well, is that we will have the windows open as much as they possibly can be. Again, if it just happens to be really cold weather, we'll have to, make some adjustments with that. But our intention as we, get into May, hopefully the weather will be warmer, is to keep the windows open, doors open, so that air circulation is happening throughout the school day. Yes. And that's why we have to move some of the teachers who are in really small spaces, because they've had smaller groups. We have to move them into an area where they do have some window and some ventilation, again, to create that circulation, because that, again, is a major factor in minimizing the spread. And so,
I was going to say, are we doing that also in the middle school and the high school? We're doing that in all of our schools in terms of. Whoops.
Yeah.
Oops. Oh.
Kim, we're doing that also when the weather was really nice just before break. We had a number of teachers teaching outside, and we've also moved, I think we have upwards of 20 picnic tables now. So all of our seniors and even some of our juniors are able to eat their lunch outside as well. So taking advantage of every opportunity we have.
I'm really happy to hear that. Just also, I think for the kids to be able to be together in a safe way and eat outside at the picnic tables and stuff, I think that's great to hear. So
at the middle school level, I just wanted to add on that. We had a conversation today with teachers to start implementing something very similar to what they're doing at the high school. I talked to our phys ed teachers about that outside classroom that we do have at the middle school. It's close to where students have phys ed. So what we're doing right now is working on the days that it's really nice out. We would allow 8th graders to start with certain grade levels eating outside as well. And really, when it comes to the windows, all along we've encouraged it. And I can tell you that throughout the year, almost all of the time, even on the cold days, windows are open and maybe they close for a little bit and they're open again, so it's something that the teachers have been really thoughtful about, and they do it the best they can.
Great,
Terry,
thank you.
Your hand is up again.
I don't have the positivity rate, but last week there were 669 Erie County children under the age of 19 who tested positive. And the positivity rates, according to Channel 2, for ages 5 to 10, which is Parkdale, is now at 14.3%. So we seem to be having, as everyone knows, a higher rate. Today alone, Brian, you sent an email saying that there were 4 kids at Parkdale that are now positive. I just want to make sure that everyone is clearly aware that because we are sending everyone back full time in reducing the spacing to 3 feet, there will more than likely, as this surge continues, there will more than likely be kids who are now going to be home independently working because of the contact tracing. I just want to make sure that everyone is really aware of that, because I think that so many people have this push to get all the kids back into school, yet they're not really thinking about what's going to happen if we have an outbreak like for today at Parkdale. And we haven't even gotten the surge yet from all the kids that were on vacation. I just want to make sure that the public is really clear that there may be some students that are going to have to be home in quarantine. And as you even said, Brian, that academically, they're not going to be getting what they had prior to going back full time, because they're going to have to relearn they're going to have to learn, not relearn, how to use the cafeteria, how to walk to specials, all of that stuff. So for the last 10 weeks, yes, they may be back full time, but they're more than likely not going to get the academics that they have had prior if they're in school, as long as they're not contact traced. So the numbers are very, very concerning to me. As much as I would love to have everyone back, the fact that for 5 to 10-year-olds, we have a 14.3 positivity rate, that's really concerning to me.
Jessica?
I second what Terry has said. I also have concerns about the numbers being incredibly high, and those are my thoughts exactly. The folks who are most anxious to go back to school full time, I hope they recognize that they may end up losing some. All the kids may lose something if they're learning asynchronously. My question is, do we have thoughts on going back to the testing program or something similar that you ran earlier? And when would we have a sense? Is there a couple things? When would we have a sense of what the limits are for the number of kids who can turn up positive before we have to revert or change direction? And just in looking at the numbers of the letters we've gotten, that's completely anecdotal, right? We only have half of the people wrote into us and said, open it up fully, and half of the people wrote in and said, no way, leave it the way it is. And I absolutely recognize that we have to follow the guidance that's put out for us. And I also recognize that the guidance itself isn't necessarily clear when the CDC says one thing and New York State doesn't know what it wants to do, and the county is erring on the side of caution. If there were to be a survey, I think a simple explanation of what it actually means would probably be helpful to folks. If I was a parent at Parkdale, I would probably be delighted if someone said, here's what it looks like, folks. Do you want to stay where you are right now, or do you want to chance it and go full time? That's it. I guess testing is the question.
Can I just say one thing before you respond, Brian? And that's, I just don't want anyone walking away from this meeting thinking that the decision about whether we come back full time in person at Parkdale has anything to do with what a volume of letters we have received swaying us in one direction or the other. That as I heard your response to this issue, that it has always been about the guidance and the safety of the kids in the community that is allowing our kids to come back full time. That it is not about being the East Aurora School District being bullied by parents in one direction or the other. The addition of Wednesdays back was not about being bullied by parents in one direction or the other. That the decision around whether we are increasing full instruction or full in-person instruction is solely about what is the guidance and can it be done safely. As I've heard you respond, Brian, that has always been the issue with respect to what are we doing, and that's going to be the issue moving forward. So I just don't want anyone thinking that when we talk about if parents want to be back full-time and who are pushing for full-time instruction, those parents aren't the ones driving the decision about whether we are back full-time. But for folks making the decision to send their kid full-time or stay full remote, they need to understand what the ramifications of coming back full-time might be. Full-time, in the end, may not be full-time. It may be full remote for a period of time for your child or some of the children or all of the school if those issues and those numbers of COVID cases go up. So I'm sorry that I jumped in front of you, Jessica, on that. I know you had questions for Brian, but I just wanted to make that clear.
No, thank you, Mary Beth, for the clarification. Absolutely. My question to survey parents wouldn't be to encourage the parents to assume that they are decision makers, but more for providing feedback and having an understanding of what participation rates are going to be, what's the response going to be from parents and all that, just so you have an accurate picture of everything going forward. But yes, obviously based on guidelines and letting the educators make the best decisions.
Yeah, and I think again, because we've heard earlier on from some families that were very very concerned about not coming back, and again, we've turned to them and said we understand and respect your position, and like all of us, we want to be back, but we only can do it when it's safe, and that safety is not based upon my feelings about it. It's really based on the feelings of the medical experts, and that's what we've turned to, and that has served us well, because even though we see infection in each of the buildings, those are not coming from the school district. Those are coming from, in general, the family unit. So it is not being spread here, it is being spread from outside. And what has, I think, protected us from that spread not happening within the district is the fact that we are committed to following that guidance. As difficult as it is, as frustrating as it has been at times, we have been committed to that, and it has served us well. And so I hear what you're saying about trying to gather information so that we're informed about how parents are feeling. I think it is very important. But again, I agree with Mary Beth wholeheartedly. We can't allow those opinions to be the determining factor of what our decision is, because we have to, I think, stay committed to that medical model, again, that has served the district well over the last 9 months. So, yeah, go ahead, Kim, I'm sorry.
I know Jess had a bunch of questions in there. I didn't know whether you had more.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if I hit them all. Go ahead, Jess. Maybe we can just.
I had asked if there were thoughts about testing or beginning a regular testing program again.
Yeah, we have had that discussion, and with everything that's going on, it hasn't. We haven't put it together, but we have had the discussion that we thought it would be a good idea to go back to some type of random testing at Parkdale, as we've done in the past. Mark set up a really great system. We were able to get a number of parents to volunteer, and we would really need parents to volunteer their child. So again, we can do everything we can to try to avoid having to move to a full remote model. Because again, if the rate does go to a certain place, like I said, the DOH monitors it every day. Principals are great about entering all the new information on a daily basis. When we came back in January after the break, and we usually typically see a spike, we saw a number of cases at Parkdale. And before that, we saw very few cases at Parkdale. But in January, we saw, I think in the first 3 weeks, we had 11 cases. And so we were concerned. So we didn't hear from the DOH. We contacted them, and Matt Leibrock kind of evaluated our data with them. And what they explained is that they said you're at 1.5%, which is half of the standard. They said once you hit 3%, that's when we start looking at your school. And then we determine what does that 3% look like. And if there's a lot of contact tracing within the school, then they may make the suggestion to shut the school down and go to remote. They looked at our data because there was no contact tracing. She had indicated that even at 3%, we wouldn't suggest that you move to remote because there's no spread within the school. And so, again, what I will do in my letter to parents tomorrow, Jessica put together a really an FAQ, which I think will be really valuable to parents. We'll put a comment space about, what are your thoughts or interests in terms of your child's own experience. And so we'll make sure that we're trying to gather as much information, but I will also explain the importance about minimizing exposure, because if they are exposed and they come in and contact tracing takes over to a point where we will have to shift to remote instruction is a real possibility. And so they need to realize that, like having sleepovers, those types of things are really they're spreaders. That's how the virus is spread. And so those are the types of activities they're going to need to avoid in order to minimize the amount of contact tracing within the school.
Kim, Daniel?
Brian, when that happens, just in this discussion of contact tracing, now that we have the students will be closer together, they're going to be within that 3 feet. Is it something that the entire school, obviously potentially could be closed down, or is it something that it might just be a classroom? So say it's one student, they do the contact tracing, and is it still the 10 minutes you're within 6 feet or for 10 minutes? So any of those students basically would fall within that. If you're sitting, student A is sitting in the middle, then all those students around. So how does that work? Is it a school thing, or does it become a classroom, or do we know?
It could be both. Yeah, so they could tell us to push an entire class to remote, depending again on how many contact traces there are per incident, or how many incidents there are in any particular classroom. And then if the overall rate throughout the school hits a certain mark and there's a certain percentage of contact tracing, that's what they actually make that determination, Kim. And then they would say, our suggestion is you need to pivot to full remote. Yeah. So it could be a classroom or it could be the entire building. Like I think like what we saw at the middle school, I think that maybe was the most recent. We had certain circumstances and it was spread throughout the building. We just felt that it was the right thing to do is to go remote for a few days so that we could right the ship and bring the kids back.
Yeah. Anyone else with any other questions?
Okay, so no other questions. So what our intention was tomorrow is, like I said, we're meeting with the advisory group, and what the advisory group does. Mary Beth, you asked this question. Jess typically meets with the advisory, and then they go back to their grade level and share it out. So that's their responsibility to share that information as that role for the school. And so we're meeting with them at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we're also having on Friday afternoon we're going to have a faculty meeting for the entire building. And so again, we've tried to people talk about communication. We really try our best, and I would say the principals are continuously talking with the teachers. I'm kind of one step removed from that, but I'm still meeting with my teams. I'm meeting with every team and every grade level. I just had 2 meetings today. One with yesterday, one with a group from the high school, and today one with a group from the middle school. And I'm continuing to do that, and so that's really helpful as well. They can share their concerns about what's going on in relation to COVID, in relation to their instruction, supplies, all those kinds of things. And so it's been very helpful. And I'll be honest, it's been quite positive. The meetings I have, the teachers have been really, really great. And they're feeling, I think they're feeling really good about what we've done. I think overall it's when you have take a moment to step back and evaluate it and just do a little reflection. I under these circumstances, I can't imagine it going much better.
I just
think about regions. Oh, sorry. Oh, go ahead.
I would just have some suggestions, which would be to in most I'm concerned about the teachers. I am most concerned about those who are now this last 10 weeks of school teaching both remote and in-person students at the same time, not having had to do that all year or last spring. So those teachers need as much support as they can to be able to do that and feel like they're doing that well and being effective these last few weeks. And I also think you need to have a mechanism by which your teachers can give you sort of some ongoing feedback on the issues that they're facing, so that they can feel some mechanism by which to have a little bit of an outlet. This is obviously an unusual time of year for them to suddenly be switching and having full-time in-person instruction with a COVID pandemic and with the numbers of high positivity and with kids now coming down. And I know our Parkdale teachers are very, very, very close to their students. And it's hard on them when a student gets sick, and it will be extraordinarily hard on those students or those teachers if many of their kids have to quarantine or many of the kids get sick. So I want to see that we are providing the teachers with whatever support we can to make sure that they know we appreciate their efforts, that we have their backs and are supportive, and that we can provide them with whatever resources we need to provide them as they do this transition for us.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is. It's definitely the transitions are very challenging. Even when we would move from the hybrid to remote and then have to go back, those shifts and readjusting the instructional models, it's a lot of work, and it's just unsettling as well, right? It's when we have to go to remote, it's not for good reasons. So those are really stressful and tense times, and then trying to maintain the remote instruction in a way that makes sense for our students is a challenge. Then shifting back, and getting your feet underneath you again. It's all those are very difficult transitions. And so it's the one thing that we really need to stress to our families about, trying to keep your children as safe as they possibly can be. And limiting their exposure, because now that exposure is going to have a larger impact. And again, it could be moving us in the opposite direction of what most of us want, where we have to push back to full remote instruction. And those things.
Full remote will look different than the hybrid model will for those Parkdale teachers. Full remote is now 20 kids on the screen, not half that.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so they would be 20 kids on the screen. And the other thing I wanted to mention about...
You lost your volume there, Brian. I don't know if everyone lost it.
Is this better?
That's better.
Yeah, okay. And so what I wanted to say was about the teachers who are teaching the full remote, who are still considering the other model where they would work with the remote students as they have in a similar model. But that would then cause us to replace, there would be a new teacher with the remainder of the class. So say it's 20 kids, 5 of them are remote. The remote teacher who's been working with them would work with that group because they're very familiar with that style of instruction. And then the new teacher would take the 15 students. We don't love the idea of a new teacher, because it's another, but that happens. We have people leaving for all kinds of reasons. We have long-term subs throughout the district. It happens many times throughout the year. But we're also it's the logistics of finding the spaces with everything else we have to do for lunch and finding spaces for teachers that are ventilated. So that part of it is definitely challenging. So right now we're going to stick with the model where the teacher who has the remote students will have that additional person. And we're really hoping to be able to hire teachers to be in there as opposed to an aide. But it'll be one of those two. It'll be either a teacher who is assisting or an aide who is assisting those students online.
So I think I cut you off. You were meeting with your advisory group tomorrow. You have an FAQ prepared and...
Yep. So if we decide to move forward with the 26th again, I just put a little cautionary note. There are some loose ends that we're still pulling together, and we may need an additional week to do that. So it might be May 3rd. but we'll probably initially go out with the 26th of April. And we will be sending a letter home to parents explaining that. It'll go home to all parents, so we'll explain the reason why the middle school and high school are going to maintain their status, why we're able to move forward with Parkdale, and then frequently asked questions. Jessica's put together a really excellent packet, to answer a lot of those questions about transportation, lunch, all of those types of things. And so, in that information, we'll talk about the contact tracing and then the consequence of additional quarantining because we are within the 6 feet distance. So that'll all be explained to parents in the letter tomorrow.
Would you just include the Board of Education on that? On that,
sure, of course.
so that the board all is aware of what was sent.
Yeah, it'll be a blast. Yeah, so you'll definitely get the information.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any other
Brian, what
questions?
happens if we have a parent that says in light of the spike that they don't want their kid to go back full time? Do you just move that child to remote, or how are we handling that?
Yeah, Terry, there were a few people, not many, a couple that said they would think about going. They're in hybrid right now. They might consider remote. And so what they would have to do is they would actually have to transfer teachers, and they would move from their classroom to the remote teacher. Yeah. So yeah, whoever that teacher is at the grade level, right? So they would have to understand that if you made that choice, your teacher would be new for the rest of the year.
Anyone else? Thank you all for a good discussion. Our next meeting, so I remind folks, we have a special Board of Education meeting on Tuesday morning. That's for the BOCES component vote day, the Erie 2 BOCES component vote day. That's a 7:30 morning meeting. Do I have a quorum? Raise your hand if we can make that 7:30 morning meeting. Okay, thank you. And then our regular meeting is next Wednesday, the 21st. Jackie, have we heard about whether those are the executive order has been extended or not, or?
Yes, I understand that it's been extended through May 7th.
Okay. All right. So next week's meeting will be held remotely again. That's Wednesday, the 21st. We will have an executive session at 6, the regular board meeting at 7. And there's some Erie County Association of School Boards Delegate Assembly and Legislative Team meeting on your agenda for in the next week. Is there any other business to come before the board?
Yeah, Mary Beth, I just want to remind everyone again, yep, thanks, I'm sorry. It's just that if parents do have questions, please submit them to reopen@eak12.org. So we encourage them to share their thoughts and their questions with us, and we will respond as quickly as possible.
Great. Thank you all. Have a good evening. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Jessica, seconded by Terry. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thanks for all your hard work, folks.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.